Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hopping onto the stream. I trust you can hear me and the music's not too loud. So this evening, I'm going to be working on the new Sensors UI and bringing that up to speed. I have started. As you can see, it's quite different from what it used to look like. But a lot of the functionality for multiplayer replication was handled very differently to how it's handled now. So a lot of that needs to be rewritten for the sensors to bring it up to speed with all the multiplayer functionality in the electrical panels and engineering. So I need to basically create a bunch of new functions on the host blueprint and then connect that to all the UI stuff on the UI blueprint. It will be free, Braden. That's the plan. So assuming that Kickstarter goes well, and if not, then whatever other funding push we do goes well, then we're planning to release the base game for free and then have paid DLCs as additional content, but there'll be no microtransactions or anything like that. We're just going to do a free-to-play model. But if Kickstarter fails and we can't get funding elsewhere, then we will do a paid early access and see how that goes. Right, so I need to remind myself what's working and what isn't on this. I'll just hop into it real quick. Actually, it'll be good just to hop on so I can demonstrate the design principle behind the new UI and where I'm hoping to go with it. So the biggest addition really is a complete overhaul of the GPS, the Galactic Positioning System. So the idea here is that it'll give you information on the individual sectors which are generated for the galaxy. The galaxy itself consists of 100 light-year cubes, which are sectors, and then, as you can see down here, each one of those sectors contains a population of stars or other things. And it also has a type. So obviously right now we're in a spiral arm. That's not actually centered on where we are. Why is that not centered? Hang on a minute. That's better. That's something that needs fixing. Yeah, so that's where we are right now in the galaxy, which is mirrored on the holo display. Oops, forgot I changed it from F to E for unlocking the mouse. Yep, so if we go in and out, oh, that's interesting. Why won't that work? Oh yeah, it does work. Yeah, so we can now zoom in and out on there. And once I've hooked it up, that'll work on the holo display as well. So we'll be able to zoom in and out of there. And this method of zooming in and out will go across all of the different sensor modes. So you have a lot more of a granular control. The development builds are available for our backers at the moment. So for the key holders, we've got two development builds. We've got the experimental builds, which are pretty much unplayable in some ways. That's literally stuff that I'm just throwing together without even testing it. And then we have the polished development build, which is sort of our pre-release build. So backers will test that and look for bugs, and we'll get that polished before it goes live to the public. Now the bridge layout is the same. Obviously there's a great big ring going around the ship now, which isn't there on the current version. But that's what's going to be coming to the demo soon. So we're doing a new ship hull, which I can't remember how much of it's on this version. Yeah, so it's missing a lot of ship at the moment on this version. And this is kind of what I mean by the experimental builds. So as you can see from here, like half the ship isn't there because it's still being constructed. This is an idea for the rings. I'm still not completely sold on the idea of having them spin, but the idea would be that they spin up before the FTL field is engaged, and the higher the field, the more quickly they spin. But yeah, we'll play with that and see whether or not we keep the spinning or not. The only other change to the bridge might be where this column is here, is to actually add bridge rings. Sorry, not rings, bridge wings. So on a commercial vessel, you've got wings either side of the bridge which allow you to see down the side for docking and look backwards at the back of the ship, because there's very poor rear visibility from this bridge. So if we had a couple of wings on each side, then you could just have a look behind you, just for practicality's sake. Oh, and also these beams here I'm going to remove. So the 3 front windows won't have this central support beam going through them. A lot of people have kind of complained about having the view restricted by this giant cross beam, so we'll get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, we could do external cameras. The problem with that is that you have to constantly write to a render target, and that's quite expensive on the CPU. So just purely for performance sake, it's easier just to have a window. Thanks, Nagmus. Yeah, that's definitely what we hope. Yeah, so if you imagine that stretched to the fore and to aft, 4 engine pods at the back, and then a dorsal fin underneath which will hold engineering. Yeah, I definitely prefer this shape. Okay then. So on the other screens, well, okay, so what we've changed is that on the previous version, you've got all the separate camera modes, and I've renamed them to be a little bit more generic. So it's now long, medium and short range, rather than stellar neighborhood, star system. It confuses people otherwise. Obviously English isn't a lot of people's natural language, so sometimes it can be a little confusing if we get too specific. So just going for long, medium and short range on the sensors. Hopefully that makes more sense. So obviously long range is the previous local cluster mode, so it just shows you all the star systems in range. Medium range is going to be within the star system itself, and then short range is going to be planetary range, so that'll show you the central planet and any moons and stations that exist there. I've also changed it so it's now a nested tree, which hopefully will make life a little bit easier to navigate. Right now these don't respond. You can't target anything with them yet. So what I need to do is make it so when you click them, you get all the coordinates and things come up here, and then you can do your scan and sending to the helm as per usual. And the other big thing I wanted to be able to add is the ability to scan ahead. So here you can change the origin point. That's not hooked up yet, so that needs something else I need to do. So the origin point can either be where the ship is, which is how it's set right now, or you click that and you can enter a manual location for the origin point of the sensors. So that's essentially where are the sensors actually pointing. So that should be capped at 50,000 light years. Sorry, not 50, not 50,000, 50 light years. And that will be anything within 50 light years of this spot in the galaxy. So you could pick any location in the galaxy and see what star systems are there. So in real terms, it means you can plot a course to any planet anywhere in the galaxy just by doing that. And the same on the GPS as well. so you can look ahead to any sector anywhere in the galaxy and just get an overview here of what's in that sector. It won't tell you, like Sirius for example, it won't tell you what type of planets these are. So we know that they're terrestrial planets, i.e. they're rocky, but you won't know whether or not they're an Earth-like. You'll have to go there in person to find out that. Mike, the rotating radar. So this, where am I? This dish on the top there, that's the GPS dish. So this particular sensor mode uses that dish. So that's really simple. It just basically lets you know whereabouts in the galaxy you are, and it's just a spinny dish for effect. Doesn't need to be a spinny dish. I just wanted a bit of movement on the outer hull, so it's not quite so static. The other sensor modes will use different sensor arrays, and they will also be physicalized. The other ones won't spin. They'll be enclosed. And the reason they're physicalized, of course, is so that they can be broken and you can go and repair them. That's also why there are stairs going up the side of the bridge, or A deck. I don't know whether anyone's noticed that before. I think they're there on this version. Let's move into the light so you can see. So there's actually a set of stairs just going up there. It's not modelled properly yet, it's literally just blocks, but that'll be a proper staircase with a proper handrail moulded nicely into the hull plating, and that's just to allow access up to fix the GPS dish. When you say refresh smoother, I'm assuming you mean the list refreshing as you're flying along. That's why I've added the auto refresh button here. So by default, and how it works now, is every time you fly 1 light year, it will update the list of targets within range. And obviously that's quite a lot of data to sort through every 1 light year, which could be anything up to every few seconds. But if you turn auto refresh off, then it will no longer do that. So you could fly 1,000 light years away and still see the same list of targets on here. So being able to turn that off is for that reason, so it's not constantly refreshing as you're flying around, lagging you out. Well, because the ship has its own gravity being generated, generally speaking, you won't need a jetpack. There will be little repair craft that you can hop into and fly around to, I don't know, do maintenance on the ring, for example, because obviously those coils are all the way up there and they're now in shadow, so you can't see them. There we go, up there. So like these FTL coils, each one of these is a separate block, which will be repairable and damageable and replaceable. So you'll probably have to use a little repair craft to go and do that. I mean, there's no reason not to include personal jetpacks. And we'll add anything. Lag. We'll add anything that's cool, I guess. If it's something that makes sense within the universe, we'll add it for sure. But you won't need one as such. Yeah, walking on the underside, the way I designed the artificial gravity on the ship is that it's a 360 degree thing. So there's a series of coils on the underside of the ship, and they project a gravitational field upwards. But of course, there has to be an opposite of that as well. So I guess if you imagine the magnetic field lines on a magnet, it kind of looks like that. So gravity exists opposite under the ship as much as it does above the ship. So a shuttle flying underneath the ship would fall upwards towards the lower hull. So you should be able to walk around upside down underneath the ship. But we need to replace the character movement component to do that. The default one doesn't allow you to walk upside down. So there's some work to do on making variable gravity, and we'll probably have it so that gravity on G deck, closest to the rings, will be higher than on the bridge. Not super different, but different enough that it kind of sells the idea that you've got this field which is decreasing the further you go away from it. Yeah, I guess the null gravity points is going to be around the perimeter of the ship. That'll be the point where the gravitational field is weakest. And if we model it properly, there's probably going to be some interesting little quirks. Okay, yeah, so that's the plan with all this anyway. So now to get it working. It's really annoying how Unreal doesn't actually use a lot of the default settings and variables you use for UIs. I mean, on here it looks fine, but you have to force it to update things in the game world, which is quite frustrating. Like, to click that. I haven't added them all to it, but yeah, I had to actually write a function just to make it display properly in the editor. Very odd. Right then. It's been a while since I looked at this, so I need to just kind of remind myself of what I was doing. So, generally in principle, you click the button, which would be these guys. Yeah, so you click the button and it sends that through to the host blueprint, where we switch on the string that we send. So we send a string just to let everything know what button you've just pressed. We then set the value. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Yes, we send that to the player controller, which is then turned into a server authoritative event, which then comes back to this blueprint, and then we perform the action. And we're using rep notify on the storage variables in order to make sure that replicates to everybody. I've just explained that really badly, but it works. That's the main thing. So we need to make sure that all the buttons on the UI are properly hooked up and being represented here. So those are the 4 mode switches, and that's the range buttons. That's our loading screen code. That doesn't need to be involved right now. This is a bunch of the old code, which, as you can see, is messy as hell, so that all needs tidying up. Yeah, so the way we're going to handle gravity failing is we're going to have it so that the coils that generate the gravity are going to hold a charge for a certain period of time. So in a tutorial for example, we don't want the gravity to be off on the cold and dark tutorial, so the coils will hold a charge for a period of time. But if you choose to start the game cold and dark to begin with, then we'll have the gravity off at that point, and turning on the gravity will be part of the startup process, and eventually, I suppose, part of the tutorial. But before we can do that, we need the character component to have all that functionality built in. Actually, there's a lot of work to do on the character, not just for dealing with variable gravity and variable up and down direction, but a lot of the locomotion code as well. Once you start flying around, a lot of things change. Okay, just making sure this is actually replicating. So we set the variable there, we then get our widgets, and then we let it know what sensor mode we're using. So that's fine. But what it wasn't doing, it wasn't defaulting properly, so probably just do that on begin play. Yeah. So that should, yeah, so it uses the default range. It shouldn't be 0. That should be, yeah, I guess I'll default that to 1000. Default that to 1 as well. Let's give that a quick test a minute. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so like all the technology on the ship, we want it to be based in some kind of either scientific or technological reality. So we don't want it to just be kind of hand wavy, it's sci-fi so it works sort of thing. We want it to make sense from a an engineering principle. So the artificial gravity will have hardware on the ship that makes that work, and it will have an explanation as to how it works and why it works. So in the sense of the artificial gravity, it works the same way as the FTL does, in that it uses energy to create mass, and of course mass creates gravity. So it uses the same principles as the FTL, but with less power to create that, enough gravity basically to get roughly 1 G. Or enough mass, rather. Enough fake mass through energy to create 1 G's worth of gravity, whilst the coils are energized. Okay, so that half worked. It's defaulted to the right place. It's just not updating the ship's position immediately. Why is it not doing that? Okay, so either it's not getting the coordinates immediately, or... Hang on, where are we setting this? Yeah, I'm assuming this is not fired by the time the UI is initialized. Although... we don't really want it doing that either, because that's going to refresh. It's going to refresh the galaxy zoom level every time you fly 1 light year, so that's not what we want. I might not need that actually. Where is it? I've lost it. I might have to separate out the range and the location, because we're not actually storing the range. And I want to avoid storing the range on the UI, or on the widget rather, because that's not replicated. Because nothing on the widgets replicate. So if we separate the position from the range, except we can't, because that's part of the math of working the position out. Alright, well that's not needed, so we can get rid of that. Yeah, so gravity is generated for the whole ship all at once. So with Star Trek, you've got the grav plating underneath the floors. Whereas with our ship, it's going to be a series of coils around the belly of the ship, essentially. And what that does is that creates a gravitational field for the whole ship. And that's also why we won't be docking the ship itself with stations. Because if you imagine the same tech on a station orbiting a planet, you've got potentially a huge station with a huge gravitational field, and then a relatively large starship with its own gravitational field, And if you like get them too close to one another, it's going to be disastrous. So yeah, you'll be taking a shuttle between things. It's interesting to have to think about that stuff. Because you think to yourself, yeah, we'll just make some artificial gravity, that'll be fine. But when you start thinking about it in more depth, and you think, okay, so what if two ships get too close together? Essentially they're then falling towards each other constantly at that point. Or the example of, if you fly a shuttle underneath the ship, all of a sudden you're being sucked upward. Right, so I don't have any choice here, but just... Oh, no, didn't want to do that. Right. So we need to store the sensor range. Actually, we're going to need one for each sensor mode, so... And the reason we're having to do this is because the ship's going to be constantly updating its location. And when that happens, it's going to update the galactic display, but without knowing the sensor range, it's always going to default to 0. So if we just stick that in there, yeah, at least that's going to update properly. The variable's not going to replicate, but it shouldn't need to, because this is always coming from the rep notify anyway. So every time this is triggered, it's going to be inherently replicated. So that should be alright. Just tidy that up a bit. Yeah, so every time you use one of the zoomy buttons, that's going to update that. And if a new player joins, this is going to be fired anyway, so it'll replicate for them too. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Should be fine. So the only other issue then is the fact that this isn't updating when... perhaps that was a range problem as well. Yeah, let's give that a quick check now that I've added that. It's still not updating the position. Now what if... So once we are half a light year away, we should pass into the next whole light year, and that should automatically update. As should that. Actually, no, the sector won't, will it? We've definitely travelled into the next whole light year. Interesting. So is that not firing? That's the question. Okay, so let's also update this then, so we can see that changing in real time. Where are you? So you, and you all need to be variables. Yeah, so the gravity will have an inverse square fall off, which might prove to be quite a long way, actually. So if you've got, say, 1g literally at the location of the field, then that gravitational strength is going to fall away at an inverse square amount. I haven't actually worked out how far that would be, but yeah, it might be so far that we need to gamify that a little bit. Right, so this is text, and that's ship galactic X. And Y. And Z. Right, then we'll just do a set text on these ones. So I will keep the grouping. We don't. Do we want fractional digits? No, we don't. I always get quite OCD about my blueprint layouts. Drives some people mad. There, nice and neat. Okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. Right, that should now start updating auto magically. Will it update? Oh yeah, it did. Hurrah! Okay, so we know that's updating, but that isn't. Which is odd, because it should be. So why is that not updating? Because we're definitely telling it to, and we know this is working because it's literally updating. So there's no reason why this wouldn't as well. Unless it must be this. So GPS mode, what are you? You know what? I don't think that is even needed. Why did I add that? Let's pretend I didn't add that. I must have added that for some reason, but can't think for the life of me what it was. I think what's happening there is because GPS mode was just set to 0 and wasn't updated anywhere, it was just defaulting to 0. It was never actually selecting the right value. Thanks, ProBuke. That's quite interesting, actually. So, yeah. So if the fall off is that steep, it might actually be the case that the gravity on A deck would be significantly less than on G deck. Okay, it's still not updating, and yet if I click that, it immediately fixes itself. Well, this doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's firing the same macro with what is the same data, the same sensor range. I could have sworn I set that to 1000. So yeah, that's definitely being set on the update. It's definitely the same source data, definitely the same macro. I wonder if it was literally because that was defaulted to 0. Yeah, talking of lighting with inverse square, I had that when calculating the light fall off of stars, because it only applies obviously with the reference magnitude at a reference distance. So I had to work out what did I want the light level to be at Earth, and then work out the inverse square of that to how bright the sun should be at a distance of 0. Oh, there we go. It was because it was defaulted to 0. Brilliant. Okay, so that's working. So the range works. That's now automatically updating. Okay, so I suppose the next thing really, if I get this working, maybe I might get these actually getting their coordinates as well. Yeah, let's do that panel there. Because it'd be interesting to test the ability to scan ahead into different sectors. And I'll also hook this up as well. Yeah, so once I zoom this along with this. So if I were to zoom in on there like that, we should see the same thing here. But obviously it's going to go outside of the projection area, so I need to make sure it's got a nice soft edge on it rather than just a harsh line. Okay then. Hi Andrew, thanks for joining the stream. For anyone just joining us, we are currently working on the sensors UI and just hooking up all the new buttons and all the new functionality and piping it all through for replication. Yeah, right now most of the stuff is done in blueprints. There's a few bits of C++ in there, but predominantly it's blueprints. That won't always be the case. Anything that's running on tick, which to be honest there's very little running on tick, but anything that I can erase or anything like that, that's all going to be moved to C++. So the way this holo display is going to work is this console here. Right now it's just got the alert modes, but I'll move them down to here somewhere. But the way this whole bridge is designed is that the holo display is the main source of information for people on the bridge. So in something like Star Trek, you've got the main view screen. We don't have that on our ships. We've got the holo display instead. So the captain or commander will be able to mirror the output of any bridge station in 3D. So they could just turn the holo display off completely. But if you select sensors, it shows you what the sensors are doing. You select tactical, it shows you what the tactical are doing. So basically you've got a 3D representation of any bridge station for the captain or commander's benefit. And it will also be used for the interaction as well. So like if you've got a star system up which is showing all the planets and things, then as the captain you'll be able to click on one of those planets in 3D space and have a small dialog box where you can issue commands like target this or navigate to this, that sort of thing. So it'll be how, as a captain, you control the ship without having to actually use the individual bridge stations, because the NPC crew will do that job for you. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we could have the gravity work using any scale we want, really. But this was more a case of thinking about it scientifically. If that's how gravity were being generated, what are the pitfalls of that technique? This game is both solo and multiplayer. There's a demo on Steam at the moment, actually, if you wanted to download it and check it out. The idea is that in single player, in the sandbox, you pick whatever crew role you want to pick, and then the NPC crew do all the things that you're not doing. So if you're the captain, you only need to just tell people what to do and they'll go and do it. If you pick, say, engineer, then you don't need to worry about captaining the ship. The NPC captain will do all of that for you. And then as an engineer, you're just literally working through engineering tasks, and you don't care really what's happening on the bridge. That's not really your job. In multiplayer, obviously the same thing applies, just with more players occupying roles than NPCs. Right, so we need to tell the parent blueprint what it is we're clicking on here. And again, the reason we're doing this is because the widgets do not and cannot replicate in Unreal Engine. So we need to handle the replication via the player controller. So we send this through to the parent blueprint, and then the parent blueprint in turn sends that on to the player controller along with a reference to itself, so the player controller knows where to send it back to. And then we get a blueprint interface from the player controller with our string, which we then break apart and use to determine what happens next. So those are the 3 strings I just made. So at this point, it's not replicated, and by the time it reaches here, it is replicated. So now we just determine what we want our replicated action to be. Generally speaking, it's soft references as much as we can get away with. Like if we're think of an example. So on the planet Gen, for example, there's a lot of surface textures and things in a library which we pull from to generate planetary surfaces. All of that is soft references, so unless they're needed, they're never loaded into memory. I'm going to add sound to everything outside of the ship, but I'm going to make it muffled, which I think can actually be quite atmospheric. So you won't hear like crystal clear sounds in space, you'll hear like muffled versions of it. But then that's not necessarily unrealistic, because there was a really good video that Rocket Lab released of a stage separation of one of their rockets, and even though it's in a vacuum, you can still hear the roar of the rocket as it flies away, because the exhaust plume is carrying that sound into the microphone. So as long as there's some medium there, like gas from the explosion, sound does carry through that medium. Yeah, generally speaking, if you can use a soft reference, you should, because like the reason I switched to it was through necessity. Having what was at the time dozens of 8K textures that were all just referenced in an array, and it would just pick at random from that array. It had to load the entire array's worth of textures into memory, which was something like 500 meg, and that was completely unnecessary because we were only using one of those textures. So the other half a dozen textures didn't actually need to be in memory at all. So that's where soft references can really save you a lot of performance. Okay, so when we click that button, we need to activate that for data entry. Where is it? There. Alright, so that needs to be a text box, not just text. It can do, Alexander, yeah. Yeah, because the idea being is you click edit here, makes that the active text box, and then these numbers will only populate in there. That's actually how I did it over here. So you press the little arrow, and then these buttons then only populate this box. Actually, it's worth just double checking how I did that. Yeah, this is an older code base of what I was doing here, so my approach to handling replication was slightly different and not as good. So this will need to be updated at some point, because we've got this stupid long table of button codes, and I decided to use just a simple integer rather than like a string, which a string is so much easier to keep track of, because otherwise you just end up with this list of integers and you think, right, so what was 11? What button's that? So in hindsight, I should have used strings. Right, so that was this one. Okay, so I was storing it as a... Yeah, storing that as a variable. And then I assume then, when we pressed a button, it was taking whichever one was active. So take our active, append the text. Yeah. Relatively straightforward. So I suppose rather than just sending that straight through, yeah, I suppose I do need to replicate that, because I'm trying to think of all the different scenarios that could occur. Because if the first player clicks the button, yeah, so if the first player clicks that, which is making that active, and then another player comes along and actually types in the numbers, it needs to have replicated the fact that this is the active input field for the second player. So that definitely does need to replicate. I hate replication. If I could offer any advice to any new developer making their first game, it's don't make it multiplayer. It's an absolute nightmare. Right, so I reckon we should store this as an integer. And we will make this active entry field. Shall I just do 1, 2, 3? Keep it simple. Right, and then you need to be replicated. Yeah, I mean, technically, we could block the input, but one of our, well, to be honest, one of our main design goals here is to simulate the ship as realistically as possible. And one of the things you can do in real life is lean over someone's shoulder and jab at their screen while they're trying to do stuff. And granted, that's not what we want people doing, but it's something you can physically do. And if it's something you can physically do in the real world, we want that to be possible in the game as well. So if someone is using a console and someone else needs to come along and just type something in whilst they're distracted doing something else, we don't want to limit people's behavior on the ship. We want people to be free to do whatever they could do in real life. So if you can do it in real life, you should be able to do it on the ship. Which, has some overhead in having to code that possibility, but it's not the end of the world. Just needs a little bit of extra forethought. So, update active input. that needs to have an input ID. And then we'll switch on int. Get rid of that. Set that to 1. Get them. No, not them. So that one, that one, and that one. Yeah, we'll add like solitaire and something to the UIs, so you can sit there playing solitaire rather than working, or like Minesweeper. Actually, that would be quite funny if you could play Minesweeper on the consoles. I'll add that to my distant to-do list. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love like useless, stupid stuff like that. It just adds flavor. What am I doing? So we know which one we're doing. Right, so we need to grab that. What on earth? I don't know what's changed in Unreal, but it used to be the case that promote to variable was always the default option. I'm sure that's changed. Active input. Something chicken related would be funny, yeah. I was using Midjourney the other day to come up with designs for a chicken plush wearing like a captain's outfit or an admiral's outfit, and I think we're definitely going to do that. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to replicate something, then yeah, design it with replication in mind, because retrofitting replication into it afterwards is always like 10 times harder, because you're having to, I guess when you design something single player, generally speaking, it's going to work a bit differently to how it would work when it's replicated. So not only are you having to code in the replication, you're also then having to rethink how that thing works in the first place. So yeah, if you're going to go multiplayer, do it from the start. Yeah, I'm going to have like a little chicken area somewhere sort of between the park and the arboretum. Sorry, not the arboretum, the hydroponics. Like just a little area where we keep chickens for fresh eggs on the ship. And the idea is that one of them's always escaping, and that's the one that's roping the ship all the time. Alright, so we want this to flash. So let's animate that. Delicious dolphin. Claire would kill me if I did that. Visibility, that's what I want. Okay, so we want it to be hidden. Visible. And then we want that animation to repeat. So that should now start flashing after you press that button. But there's definitely going to be an oceanography lab, and in that lab there are going to be lots of tanks of stuff. And there's probably going to be a big fish tank in the park area as well, but we won't be having a cetacean ops. Because lawyers. Okay, so we click manual location X, and that goes through. That's the wrong blueprint. That goes through to here, which goes through to here, which goes through to there, which goes through to there. Right, so what did I even call it? Update active input. So update active input, and then we tell it which one we're using. Let's give that a quick try a minute. I'm not actually expecting this to work because I always seem to struggle with animations on widget panels. So generally on Steam, you pay your $99, I think it is, can't remember now, to get your game listed, but they provide all of the network infrastructure for free. So all the matchmaking services, lobbies, achievements, all of that is included in the initial price you pay. Oh, it did work. It's slow, but it works. There's something decidedly not intuitive about this. Yeah, it can be a dotted line. Right, so this is a bit that I always get confused over. So it's running at 20 FPS. Now, I always thought that 1 was 1 second. Perhaps it's not 1 second. Oh, no, I see what's happening. It is 1 second. It's just like an idiot. I've got the animation ending over here. There we go. Duh. Right. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I can make that light up as well. Okay, so all I need to do now is duplicate that a couple of times. Get rid of that one. Oops. Do that, do that, do that. That, that. Okay, now that one. Okay, so animation's done. Hopefully that still loops. Of course, then we need to stop the others, don't we? So yeah, so if we click 1, then the other 2 need to be stopped. Oh, why can't we have them both in the same one? That's just... Oh. So we press X, then Y and Z need to turn off. We press that one. And those 2 need to stop. Press that one, then those 2 need to stop. It's a good question. I think probably approaching 50. Yeah, especially when you consider all the different electrical panels and things, because even two similar panels have different UIs if there's any slight difference between them. I've started to make life easier for myself though, because I have started making set UI elements that we can just bring in as external widgets, and these things have all the code for things like the customization, so the UI customization, all the different color changes built into the actual element itself. So like this button, for example, I can bring this button into any panel, and the font size, the button size and scaling and everything, even the corner radius, all of that is tweakable when it's been imported as an outside blueprint, and then it handles all of like the customization colors and everything. All of that's handled in-house within that element, so it means I don't need to do all that work per button. So on something like this, you can see that these here, these ones. See, all of these buttons are that same widget, but with all different changes to them. So like here, I can change the corner radius, the border width, font, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, this design language has kind of evolved a bit over the years. Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm happy with it, and I think I'm happy with it because it's quick to deploy. I imagine at some point we'll probably get a proper UI designer involved. Someone who's got actual experience in that I don't have, to design some maybe more sci-fi looking, but not so sci-fi that it looks cheesy. I guess I'm all about practical UIs, so everything I add to these UIs has a practical purpose. There's no unneeded fluff. There's no spinning graphic that doesn't actually represent any kind of data. So any graphics or anything you see will represent some form of actual data. It's not just there arbitrarily. And I think, as a rule, that will always be the case. But if we got a professional designer involved that could come up with something which was sexier, then we'd definitely update them. You could quite rightly argue that this is a very basic UI, and it is, it's not particularly inspiring, but it does the job. Just give this a quick try a minute, make sure all three of those animations are working. I was watching a Star Citizen video recently, and they were showing off their engineering stuff. Those UIs are very nice. Not sure how well they'll work in practice, usability-wise, but they look really good. Okay, so that only plays once. Good to know. Okay. Jolly good. It's all working. Right, so that's only playing once. But we can do this. I could just use the node I was using previously, but it's such a big node, it takes up too much room. But if this doesn't work, I will have to use that. Yeah, a lot of the inspiration from the UIs comes from like real world electrical panels on ships and things. If you look at like an electrical distribution panel on a naval vessel, then you've got, you know, a lot of the schematic actually printed on the front of the panel, and you know, I kind of like that. And I guess, you know, some aircraft as well, actually, you've got, you know, when you go to the electrical things and where the batteries are set up, it does have some limited schematic, you know, drawn onto the panel. So I'm kind of going, you know, along those lines. Well, balls, that didn't work, did it? Okay, fine. Fine, I'll use the big node that's ugly. Yeah. Right, so infinite loop, infinite loop, infinite loop, and I think we'll actually double the speed of those as well. And we definitely want it to start from the beginning each time. When you say galactic map will be animated, I'm not quite sure how we would animate it. Or I guess to put it another way, I'm not sure what there is to animate on the galactic map. I mean, it's just kind of there. I suppose we could make the zooming in and out more of a smooth transition rather than just a little jump like that. But oh, okay. Yeah, we could easily lerp the coordinates. So, like if you enter your manual coordinates there and press set, we can have it sort of smoothly transition across rather than just go boop. That's definitely doable. Oh, you know what I've done? By setting the animation speed to 2, I've actually slowed it down by half, haven't I? So we've already got a bug tracker. If you press F1, ignore the wireframe, you can submit bugs already in game. That bug report is attached to a Mantis system. So the Mantis bug tracker is publicly available. It's mantis.starshipsimulator.co.uk, but it's also on our Discord as well. So there's a bug tracker channel, and whenever bugs get raised in game, they appear on the Discord channel via a webhook. But it's actually, you know, the actual backend for it is Mantis, which is open source bug tracking software. Yeah, so playback speed, we want to half the speed. Why is it not playing? What have I done wrong? Okay, that's a little confusing. Is it not liking the playback speed change? I need to update my bridge test map actually, because that loads practically instantly. But it doesn't have any of the electrical stuff implemented. and that's going to take me probably 40 minutes to set up, so I just find it easier just to go into the main game, even though it takes a bit longer to load. Well, that's weird. Hi Maverick, welcome to the stream. So the animation so it should be 1 second long. Flashy, flashy, flashy. And that was working fine until I changed the node and then changed it back, and now it's not working fine. Just to satisfy my curiosity, let me set that one to 10 a minute. And that one, and this I'll put this one to 0.25. Yeah, well, the first time I tested it, it worked perfectly, so I'm not quite sure why it's literally just... So it's playing it once and then turning off. Because it's definitely off for... Oh, hang on a minute. I might need to add a second of on, so it's not immediately just flickering. Yeah, because it could just be the case that it's actually is on for like a millisecond, and it's yeah that. Of course. Yeah, so what I'll do, I just do that there instead. Right, so that's the one how I want it. And I'll leave those two at different times just for testing. Did I mention I suck at animations on widget blueprints? This is why. Yay. Right, so that was with a... Right, so that's the base speed. That's quarter. Yes, that's going really slowly. Yeah, I think half a second on, half a second off. I think that's a decent flash rate. It's true. I do have to do everything. Yeah, the fade effect you see is because of temporal anti-aliasing. It sort of caches the pixels, so you find the same as well. If the text changes rapidly, it looks awful. In fact, I can demonstrate that on here. So, like this text here, if I just engage the FTL, you can see that the text has quite a lot of ghosting. And this is why I'm not actually using DLSS right now, because the temporal artifacting in DLSS, specifically on the UIs, is so bad that they become unreadable. If we go like really fast, then it gets really bad. I don't really use the other ones, to be honest. Can't remember if I actually included that in the settings these days. Where are we? Yeah, I actually turned it off completely. Like with TSR, I find that, again, you can see like with those middle numbers there, TSR has slightly worse temporal performance, or worse ghosting, I suppose, on the UIs. Yeah, so you look at the last number there, it's quite blurry. If you go back to TAA. I suppose that's arguably just as bad. But, I've messed with the console settings for TAA because you can't really see it as badly now. But actually, if I no, go away. No, go away. If I turn off View Bob. So, it used to be really bad on carpet. You get horrible, horrible ghosting. But it's not too bad at all now. How is that on TSR these days? Yeah, it's not too bad either. Yeah, the ghosting's really improved. It used to be awful. But yeah, with DLSS in particular on UIs, it just didn't work very well. The ghosting was so bad you just couldn't read stuff. But yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, we're not using the forward renderer on this. We're using the other one, which I can't remember the name of. We're using not forward renderer. Right, great. So this works 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay. That's the word I couldn't think of, deferred. Yes, we are using the deferred renderer, not forward. Hi, Oninoni. Right now we are setting up the manual button entry for these guys here. So I want to get to the point where we can move the target around the galaxy and then generate the data for that sector. So the sector generation bit's actually done. So the data you see in game right now is actually generated in real time. And I've already written the descriptions for all the different sector types. So we just need to finish this part of the puzzle, and that should be working. Well, my hope is, because we're going to Kickstarter on the 1st of March, we were going to wait until the build was ready, but it's not going to be ready. So we're just going to say the hell with it and launch the Kickstarter anyway. But I'm hoping to get this build out at least during March at some point, during the Kickstarter. So hopefully at some point in March you will have access to this build on the demo for everybody. And that includes the new ship as well. Okay, so that needs to go away, so does that, and so does that. And then we need our input boxes, which I think are on the wrong layer somewhere. Yeah, you need to be up here. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're our target for Kickstarter is probably going to be 75,000, which is quite steep, but yeah, it needs to be enough that it's viable, but not so much that we're not going to hit the target. So the 75,000 is going to get us to, how was it Claire put it earlier? Let's get us over the finishing line for early access. And if we hit the 75,000 on Kickstarter, it means we can go to early access as free to play, which is the plan. Yeah, that's pounds sterling. And then we've got stretch goals all the way up to 1 million, with the 1 million being approaching a certain IP holder for a certain DLC license. Yeah, we will accept payment in Jaffa Cakes. Let's try and pretty this up a little bit. Don't know what I just moved then. Where did that go? Yeah, I'll ask Claire, see if she can add Jaffa Cakes as a Kickstarter reward. Yeah, I'm sure that we'll get more in the way of Steam promotion once there's more game to show. I think part of the issue with Steam is that there's not a lot of gameplay, and that's just something that we need to work on. I think I'm stuck with the padding on that one. Don't want to make it too small. Let's move these guys down a bit. Or, rather than having flashy lines, why not have a flashy border? Do we have access to the border property? So foreground colour is going to be the text. CDEC's coming along. Basically, all the framework stuff for it is done. It needs tidying up, but I've done like all the ribbing and stuff. Yeah, some of this needs holes cutting through it and just generally making less blocky. All the sections have been mapped out. So what I have to do now is just re-import these pieces with the actual finished geometry, cut some of the rough edges, add drop that bit down, essentially make it so it's all matching this section. So this is the kind of the final design in terms of where everything's going to fit together. And this just needs updating just to reflect that. But the actual layout itself is done. And then I need to build the big staircase, which is going through on the sides. And I also need to work out what I'm doing with the ceiling here, because so you've got the corridor that comes in here, and there's going to be a staircase there. But it's how do I marry that curved section into what will be a rectangle there? So there's just a bit of design work that needs doing there, just to make that nice with some lighting. I did Maverick, thank you. Yeah, I slept for like 12 hours. Yeah, so the decks underneath, I've been tweaking them a little bit. So this used to be straight along there. And where I've got these lines here, this is where I'm cutting out all the individual sections. So in order to do the flooring for C deck, obviously the top of D deck is the flooring for C deck. So I just need to cut out all the different pieces from the top of D deck to know where the flooring is running. So I think we're pretty much there in terms of the cut lines as to where the different blocks are going to go. So like here, this is another piece. So this will be one of the blocks, and then this upper surface here, as that continues across, that starts forming the floor for C deck. Well, obviously not there because that's the outer hull. But that also does define the line of the hull plating as well, because the hull plating will kind of conform to the block pieces. But hopefully, now that I've defined the cut points and where the actual block pieces themselves need to go, I should be able to bang that out quite quickly, get the hull plating on, get the floor done for C deck. But the reason I have taken a break from that to get the Sensors UI done is because right now you can't actually navigate the ship using the new UI, and of course that's preventing the build from going out, so I needed to get this done first. Then I can put a build out incrementally as the ship itself gets built out. So I was just trying to work out whether or not I can make this background color flash. Yeah, so the engineering decks, I haven't actually started laying that out yet, because G deck is going to be 2 decks tall, although it's going to be a combined deck. So I'm going to move the fluid storage tanks down into the dorsal area. Can't really see it on here, but essentially underneath here you're going to have the usual area, which comprises F deck. So F deck's not really changing, other than the fact it's going to connect to these side pieces here. So F deck's going to wrap around this cut through, and then you'll have stairs up on either side, and then those stairs will take you into the RCS rooms, both fore and aft. And then on the aft side, you'll also have a corridor running around the outside of the hull into the nacelle supports for the engine pods. And all that's going to be part of F deck, essentially. And then underneath, G deck is going to change ever so slightly, in that it's now going to taper down into the dorsal fin with the gas collection hardware. It's going to, in some way, look like a deflector dish. It's not a deflector dish, but it will look like where you would expect one to be. But that's actually the gas scoop. And that will feed directly into the tanks, which will be located behind the gas scoop, which makes that more of a functional space for that dedicated task. But yeah, that's yet to be done. Yeah, once I got this done though, I can start putting out some proper dev builds. So this is interesting actually. So that's not centered, even though it's supposed to be centered. What? Why is it doing that? There's no padding set. Only 0 padding. And this is why I don't like doing UIs. But yeah, so I would have thought there would be some element you could access to make the background color flash, but it doesn't look like there is. I don't work with widget animations very often, so There could very well be something I'm missing, but I can't see anything obvious. Alright, we'll stick to our flashing border box for now. If I set these as hidden to begin with, and then they can start flashing when we need them. I'm going to do a ship tour. And I think really that's going to be tutorial 1 in the end. So things like the window displays with the scene projections. I've noticed watching people's streams that a lot of people just don't realise that that's there, and they just walk out the room and never look back. So there's a cool toy there which people are missing. The same with the door controls. The fact that you can tint the windows and all sorts of things. There's a lot of functionality there which just isn't immediately obvious. So I think a bit of a tour to show the player that you can dim the lights and change the light color and lock the door and put a privacy screen on the door and any other little thing that exists, just to sort of demonstrate to the player that those things are possible. And as well as that, just to explain briefly what the different areas are, and I might even do it with an NPC, so you're actually physically being shown around by an NPC rather than having Ava do it. Yeah, we could default a couple to on, but I don't know whether or not that in itself will confuse people, because they'll look at the window and go, oh, we're landed, not realizing that it's projection. Yeah, I think just a simple ship tour as the very first tutorial would solve the problem, because at least then that people are being shown that this is a thing that you can do. Once this UI is done, obviously the scanning and navigation tutorial is going to have to be updated. And again, I might actually include an NPC sat at the helm, so that the person doing the scanning side of things doesn't then go and need to do the navigation side of things, and then have a separate navigation one where Ava is picking targets and you're just pressing the button, just to separate those two things, because they are technically two different roles. But as for the next tutorial, I suppose planetary scanning is going to be the next one, because that's the next big feature that's being implemented. Trying to think that what's there that's going to require a tutorial. I guess maybe just that could possibly be rolled into the sensors tutorial, especially if we're separating out the navigation side of things. Yeah, I think just expanding the sensors one, once we've got the planetary scanning in, is probably the best way forward, because there's going to be a lot more to do, and the ability to scan ahead as well. That's also something that we need to cover, just to explain that that's possible. Yeah, we'll have a think on that. Yeah, eventually, once we've got all of the crew roles implemented, the tutorials are going to be listed under those crew roles. So you can do any of them in any order you want to, but they will be separated by crew role. Because I'm just thinking, like the engineering one, for example, the cold start will be different from just the general maintenance one. Yeah, so I guess the sensors and the sending of probes, that's all part of the science gameplay. So yeah, they'll all be under the science heading. That's new, it never used to say that, it used to just say copy and paste. Sure, that's how it used to be. The fact that's not centered properly is bothering me. And the fact I can't see any way of fixing it is bothering me even more. Pretty sure this is going to be for the actual box itself. Yeah. Is it because of the text size? No, it's not. It's not even a text size issue. It's literally just not centering it. Damn you, Unreal. Why do you do these things to me? How big did I make that one? 18. Yeah, it's behaving like that, but there definitely isn't. And it is definitely set to centered. Oh, is it because it's expecting a scroll bar? I bet it's a scroll bar. If I set that to 0. No, it's not that. Oh well, I'll worry about that a different day. I think if I make it read-only, it's going to block me from... Yeah, block me from updating it. You know what I could do? I could add a little bit of padding. Like, hack the system. Okay, so next thing we need to do is to add. You know, it's funny you should say CSS because you can actually make UIs using HTML, and I was very tempted to use that instead of widgets. It didn't in the end because the widget interaction component is needed for things like VR. But yeah, I was very tempted just to go straight full on HTML CSS for the menus. Right, so the next thing we need to do then, now that we've got all that working, is we need to set up replication pass-through for all of these buttons. If I move this down and out the way a bit, all this code here is eventually being replaced, so it's kind of just temporary. And that's all going to form part of that. Right then, so this is manual entry 1. Oops, I forgot 0. Yeah, actually, it is different on different screens, but that only really applies to screen space UIs. So like the settings menu and stuff. We've got people that run in weird screen resolutions, and that can mess up some of the menus. They do sort of do flex style on it. It's like percentage widths and scales and things, but yeah, if you've got an obscure screen size, it can stretch things in a weird way. I think for this, I will just pass the string straight through as a button ID. Butt ID. I'm typing around my cat. Hang on. My cat, who is now drinking my tea. So thanks for that. I'm going to now need to make another one. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, minus, and then we've got clear, delete, next, and set. So clear, delete, next, set. Don't want that. Oops, no, I don't want to keep counting, do I? Derp. So what was it? It was minus, then clear, delete, next, and set. Clear, delete, next, and set. Right, and then we get our yeah, we got our active inputs, which is you. Right, so we need to get the text to begin with. And then we need to set the text. And then we need to format that. So we need old and new. Right, so that is what's already there, and then the new is whatever button we're pressing. So for that one, that's literally just going to be 0. So yeah, that'll just keep appending zeros to that. How can I macro this? Because this is going to be a lot of nodes otherwise. Can we select a string? No, we can't. Oh, that's a pain. But I think that might actually be why I used an integer on here. Yeah, it is. It's exactly what I did. Okay. So what I will do instead so it's the only thing I can do really is just make a temporary, yeah, like a temporary integer. Right, and then stick that in there. And then have all of these do that instead. Probably steal that one actually, save me typing it all out again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually. Hang on. Better idea. If I do that instead, and just connect all of these to here. Right, then all I need to do on the parent blueprint is I can set it on the rep notify simply to pass through that value directly. It sounds more efficient in my head. Let's just have a look. So we want a manual entry. So if I rep notify that, then okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minus. Right, so all of these can go straight into there. Then we can just pass through the button ID that we've already got. Steal that. Okay, now if we borrow that one, yeah, then all we're doing is we're just getting that into there. And then we're firing manual entry on there. Yeah, like that. And then we simply give it a manual one of them. Why didn't it update the thingy? Oh, there we go. It's better. Tidy these up a bit. Then we need lots and lots and lots of these. Probably isn't the most efficient way of doing it, but it is a way of doing it that works. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60, 7. Oh. No, not 87. 7, 8, 9 minus. Oh, of course. You can't have a minus as an integer, can you? Oh yeah, that would be 10. I'm going mad. I shall handle those other 4 buttons afterwards, but I think this should do everything we need it to do. Tidy them up a bit. Right, so just to go back over what I'm doing. So you press one of the numerical buttons. It then sends that across to the parent blueprint, which replicates that action. We then set our... Sorry, it doesn't actually replicate it at that point. It turns it into a server authoritative action, which then replicates it via a rep notify variable. And that then does a quick switch on whatever button we actually pressed, so we know which button we pressed. And then depending on the button, we give it an input ID, and the reason we are essentially duplicating the ID process is you can't switch on a string, we can only switch, sorry, we can't select on a string, you can only select on an integer in this case, which allows us to populate the text box using a select function rather than duplicating these nodes over and over and over, which takes up a tremendous amount of space and is not efficient. Phew, okay. Right, so that should allow us to start populating that box. Let's give it a try and see whether it actually works. Things very rarely work first time, so fingers crossed. Yeah, absolutely. If it works, then be worried. Okay, so we are editing that one. Manic laughter. Okay, so that does work. Cool. Right, so the next thing we need is just a simple clear and then being able to go through them with that. Right, it's funny you should ask that, because if I hop over to the help for a moment. So like here, when you go to edit that, see, that shouldn't be going that fast. I wonder why it's doing that. Something else we need to fix. So like here, why is that being so weird? But I digress. With these, it's not clearing the value that's there, and that's by design, because if you like click to edit that and you only want to change the last digit, it's kind of a pain if it all gets deleted. But at the same time, if you want to put in a brand new value, then you want it to be deleted, which is why I just went with having a clear button there. So you could literally just go that and then clear, and then that one and then clear, and then it's not, you know, you're not having to lose the text. That was the idea, anyway. Yeah, and this one's going to be the same, so you'll be able to do that, clear it, type a number. Yeah, you're right. Anything starting with a 0 is not a valid entry. But we can handle that at this point. Yeah, we can convert it to a string, clean it up, and put it back into the text box again. Now, what occurs to me is that although we've replicated the button presses, we're not necessarily replicating the final value. See, initially I thought perhaps this action needs to take place on the parent blueprint, so we're storing the actual total value here in a replicated variable so that any new joiners immediately know what's typed in on the interface because it's being replicated via a variable. But that does mean constantly passing this back and forth. So it might be the case that we simply fire a fake button press at the parent to then just set the final value and then have that update the UI. Yeah, I think that's how I'll do it. Yeah, because then any new player will immediately get the right value. Hopefully that won't mess with the data entry. I'll do it and then we'll see how it works. But for now, let's sort these ones out. So for these functions, we shouldn't need to do anything at a variable level. We should be able to just pass it straight through. Although, I think to keep it clean, we will just borrow that variable and do it inside there so that it's although, see, again, thinking ahead, if we have delete as a saved action here, then because this is a rep notify variable, it means the next player to join, this variable will fire and replicate that action on their client, which in this case, the last thing you pressed was delete, so it will then delete randomly one of the numbers. But then at the same time, if we're replicating the actual final value, that will overwrite it anyway. That's going to have to come out in testing, that one. Yeah. If you're going to delete something, make it random. So obviously it was clear, delete, next, and set. Right, so if we just do this one for now, So the input ID, I shall make... Oh, it doesn't matter, actually. It doesn't matter what it is, because the button ID is going to get managed at the other end anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost at the exciting bit where the map updates. So these last 4 don't need an input ID, that can just remain 0. And then on here, we then need to perform the delete action. So let's just go ahead and steal what I used last time. So blah blah blah. We are just left chopping. So I'll just use that. So get the text, make it a string, put the string back into text again. So that's that one. That should handle the delete, and then the clear should be really simple. We are literally just setting it to nothing. Okay, next that's going to be slightly more complicated because we need to know what one we're actually on. I wonder if I can compare that. So if that equals, let's grab those references. If it equals x, let's see if I can do this in a clever, non-clunky way. So if it equals x, then return that one. Otherwise, that one. because actually what we need to do is also that. So if it is X, move to Y. If it's not X, then what is it? So if it is Y, then move to Z. Otherwise, hang on. Yeah, so I'll walk you through the probes because it's mostly figured out, but there's a couple of aspects to it which I'm not quite sure on. So if I remove the lid a minute, and that bit. So this is the probe facility here. So you're going to have a construction area for creating new probes, which is pretty much going to just be a button press and it will automatically build new ones, and a storage area for existing ones. And then here, this is going to be an airlock. So the idea is you'll start an automated process where someone on the bridge will send a surface or maybe a space location to the probe room, probably on the sensors UI somewhere. So like you can send a target to the helm, you'll be able to send a target to the probe room. And then you use that here like you would on the helm and then launch a probe. And what it will do is it will automatically go through the airlock sequence, bring the probe out to here, which would be like a little launch and landing pad, and then that will fly off automatically down to whatever surface target that you've selected. After a couple of minutes, and we'll have like a UI with a countdown in here somewhere, just sort of detailing just like a little flight log, just to say that it's, it's entering the atmosphere, it's landing, it's searching for a target, then it's on its way back, it'll be arriving back at the ship in so many seconds, just so you can see what it's actually doing. It'll then fly back, it will land here on the pad, and it will automatically come back into the airlock, and that's where it will stay, and it will get some like decon mist spraying at it to clean it. Once the airlock is then cycled, you'll be able to go in and open the probe. You'll have like a little trunk you can open, and inside there will be whatever physical object you retrieved from the surface. At that point, you then carry that object into the relevant lab. So I just turn off those decks a minute. So this is C deck, and these are all the various different science labs. So what you would do is you would carry that object to whatever lab corresponds to that object type. So if it's a rock, you take it to the geology lab, for example. So say that's the geology lab. You take it in there, and then there'll be equipment in that room for analysing whatever that object is. And then through doing that, you'll skill up the science team and unlock any information about that object. It could be something which helps the ship in some way. It could just be an interesting rock. So it depends on what it is you found. And then that probe could be parked back in its bay, ready to be sent again. There's no reason why you couldn't have multiple probes on the go at once. So maybe send out 3 or 4, and then wait for them to all come back. They would kind of queue up, waiting to land. And yeah, that's pretty much it, really. If you're working here as a player, you will see a request come up on a screen with the target coordinates and probe launch requested. You'd then acknowledge that, and that would go up to the bridge just to acknowledge that the probe's now been launched. The bit that hasn't quite been decided yet is how that's managed on the bridge side. So, which bridge station are we doing that on? The sensor station makes the most sense because technically that's science, and I think we might need to add another tab on that UI for dealing with that. So, like on here. That's not the sensors. Where's the sensors? So, whereas we've got the scanning sensors side of things, we can have another tab for probe launches and that sort of stuff. Or maybe that will be on the planetary scanning one, because this panel here won't need to be there on the planetary scanning one. So perhaps this can also be configured for probes. Once we get to that point, we'll play with the UIs and see which works best. Yeah, so hopefully that kind of answers how they're going to work. The cool thing about it is that you'll be able to build up a collection of things that you've retrieved from planets. All the science labs need to have like shelves and things. I suppose you could try playing snooker with probes. Not sure how well that would work. Okay, just trying to get my head around this logic a second. So, if our active input is X, then move along to Y. If it's not X, we check, is it Y? If it is Y, go along to Z. If it's not Y, it therefore must be Z, so we move along back to X. Yeah, I think that logic works. Right, and that means we then need to set that accordingly. So that would handle the logic for that button. Yeah, so being able to send down probes to get data on stuff is really the first part of the ability to interact with the environment in some way. I can't remember what the count is now. I think there's nine science labs, which covers pretty much every science discipline, and then we need the actual samples that you can go out and get be assigned to a certain science discipline. So like oceanography. So if you find an ocean world, you can send a probe down and it will come back with either a water sample or a sample of microbiological organisms or a fish. And that probe will contain a canister of liquid containing something. And then you would store that in the oceanography lab. Things like archaeological discoveries. I mean, that's what I'm quite excited about. So in the linguistics lab, you'll take like samples of alien writing or pottery, and then the linguistics lab will be used to then translate that language, or at least train the ship's AI on being able to automatically translate that language. So the way the sensors are going to work are... So to begin with, I've turned it all off. Hang on. Let's look at it in-game. It'll be easier to explain. I can test my delete button while I'm there. Yeah, don't worry. It's good to explain. So the idea with, I guess, taking it back to the very beginning, the whole point of this game is to explore the galaxy. You know, that's the premise of the whole game. Explore the galaxy, see what's out there, and get into shenanigans while you're exploring. Now, the first screen you have access to on the sensors is where you are physically in the galaxy. So this is this is where Earth is in the Milky Way, and that is as accurate as I can currently make it based on current scientific knowledge. It tells you a little bit about the type of region that you're in, so all about spiral arms and what they are, along with the population of that sector. So that 100 light-year cube contains these objects. So that's basically your immediate surroundings. Now if you then go to the long-range sensors, you can see a little bit more granular data. So here we have the individual stars that exist in this area. You'll be able to filter that based on the type. Don't know why that's gone like that. There we go. So you can potentially filter out G-class stars, and it will only show you the G-class stars once I've hooked up that code. You then pick a star, say Ball 359 for example, select either the star itself and then scan it, which isn't working right now, or one of the planets that's orbiting it, and again scan that. And that'll give you information about the star system, what's there, and it'll give you a rough idea of what's there. So you'll be able to see from a distance at any range whether or not it's a rocky planet or a gas giant or an ice giant, because that's the kind of thing that we can extrapolate even today at large distances. But what it won't tell you is whether or not it's an Earth-like world, whether or not it has liquid water on its surface, certain aspects of its atmosphere perhaps, and certainly not that it's got life. So in order to find out those things, you'll have to physically fly to that star system, which is where the medium range sensor comes in. So medium range will show you the solar system that you're currently in. So it will show you all the planets, and like how you have this tree structure where you can see the star and its planets, on the medium range you'll have the central star, all the planets coming off of that, and then all the moons coming off of each planet as well. So you'll be able to expand the tree all the way down, even to the point where if there's an orbital station, you'll be able to see that as well. And then you'll be able to pick your target, and then once you're there, you'll be able to use the short range sensors, and the short range will show you the planet, its moons, and any small objects in that region. Each one of these will have a certain range associated with it. Generally speaking, long range is up to 50 light years, medium range is up to 1 light year, and short range is less than 1 AU, planetary distance basically. Once you're on the short range mode, you'll have the ability to actually scan the planet itself. So once you've selected the planet and you hit scan, that will show you in-depth information about that planet, including any life that might be living there, what that life looks like, etc., etc., etc. And at that point, you can pick surface targets. So on the short-range scan, the holo display in the middle will show the planet itself. So you'll be able to see a big, literally giant 3D planet in the middle of the bridge, and any points of interest on the surface will show up there as labels on the holo display and as labels on the sensor readout as well. And you'll be able to pick one of those points of interest and then send that down to the probe room as a target to send a probe to go and investigate. At some point, we will extend that to being able to type in a grid reference on the planet's surface. So rather than having a list of predefined, or rather procedurally generated points of interest, you'll be able to just say, right, go to this grid reference and see what's there, and there might be something there. But points of interest will definitely still be there anyway. And I think that's pretty much it for the sensors, really. Yeah, so the going to an unknown location is very much the wheelhouse of the sensors. So, the sensor specialist has access to the full suite of sensors and all of that astrometric data. Whereas over here on the helm, what you'll have is a database of known targets. So that will include anywhere you've been to already. That will slowly populate in a database. This UI needs quite a significant overhaul to fit all this in. But you'll be able to save anywhere you are in the galaxy. So yeah, literally, like right here where we are, this exact position in space, right down to the square kilometer, you'll be able to save that, give it a name, like my favorite moon or whatever, and that will just exist then in the database. So as the helm, you'll be able to select any predefined or saved locations, and we don't plan on there being a limit to how many you can save. It will just keep going until your hard drive's full. Right, while I'm here, let's just see if I can delete. Yes, I can. Hurrah! Does the clear button work? Yes, it does. Does the next button work? No, it doesn't. Oh, no, I know why, because we haven't actually told it to yet. Okay, brilliant. So, the next thing to do on there is, now that we've actually set that, we haven't actually done the animations. So I think actually, if we do update active input, so rather than setting that directly, there's a better way we can do this. Right, so if I get rid of those a minute. Right, so similar principle. So we need a select there. This time we're going to go with an integer value. So if x is true, x being 1, then we moved 2. Okay, but then if y is true, move to 3. Otherwise, it must be z, so we move back to 1 again. That should accomplish the task in a more sensible and reasonable way. Because then we're actually, making it do its job rather than just setting that variable. Just give that a quick test, make sure I'm not going mad. So that one, and then we can go next, next, next. Hoorah! So blah blah blah, next, blah blah blah, next, blah blah blah, and then set. Okay. So at that point, we need to swap our origin point to the manual location, and then that should update accordingly. Ooh, we're close. Okay, so when we set that, what are we doing? So we've got a ship galaxy coordinates. Alright, and then we also need a manual galaxy coordinates, which can default to 0. So this is going to have to be passed through for replication. I'll handle the replication of that afterwards, because I'm going to have to make another. Pass through on the player controller, because we're going to be passing more than just a button ID on that one. We have to pass through the value of the vector and then store that vector as our manual location, and then trigger the update of the nav panel from that. But for now, we'll just set it. So we need that one again, that one again, that one again. Text to... I have to make it a string first. Right, fair enough. So whenever we press set, we just take the 3 values as they're set, stick them in there. Now it doesn't matter at this point if there's any preceding zeros, because that will automatically get stripped out when it's converted to a vector. Thank you, Mr. Sid. I do indeed intend to keep it going. Right, so now that we've set our manual location, we then need to actually do something with it. Now we can't do that until we've set our origin point. So that's the next thing that needs doing. So right, this one should hopefully be quite straightforward. So oops. Yeah, we'll manage this on the parent blueprint. So this would be what should we call it? Origin point. Seems logical enough. Do this by way of a custom event as well. So toggle origin point. Okay, so I could just use a bool, really. Probably be easier. No, I won't use a bool. It would work as a bool, but it's not really a true or false kind of question, so we'll use an integer. Right, and then we will switch on the integer. Right, so if it's, I suppose we need to promote that, don't we? So what we're actually doing is that, isn't it? So we can actually just use a simple select for that one. So we need our ship coordinates and our manual coordinates. If it's 0, we use the ship. If it's 1, we use the manual. Stick that in there, stick that in there, tidy that up. Okay, so that should That should be all we need to do, because we're literally just toggling between the two there. Right, and then on here, yeah, I think we're just we will set that actually, because we need that. Because we need to know which one we're using. Yeah, if I just fire that straight through, that it saves having to do this switch, or this select rather. Just rerun that again. Yeah, so anything furniture-wise, anything large that's part of the look and feel of the ship are things that I'll build myself. Because it's part of the look and feel of the ship. So if it's like UN supplied stuff, then it needs to be built custom for the game. If it's like a donut or a bread roll, those kind of generic items, I don't mind using like a Megascans asset for that, because why waste my time modeling a AAA quality bread roll when someone's already made one? Yeah, it's there comes a point where those sort of things are a waste of time. Yeah, and of course, Claire made a lovely donut following her Blender tutorial, so we have that stereotypical Blender donut. So yeah, that's probably going to be true throughout most things in the game. If it's something relating to the ship itself, then it'll be proprietary. If it's something really generic, like a piece of fruit, then we'll probably just use an asset for that, because there are hundreds of decent quality AAA assets out there, and it's just a waste of time to remodel something as simple as an apple. Just thought of something else actually that does need to happen. I've just had a thought. I also need to update the UI on this. So if I do go ahead and just do that, yeah, so when we press set, if we're set to manual entry, it will use the manual entry. Otherwise, pressing set won't actually do anything, because we're not using that origin right now. And we also need our sensor range, which I had here somewhere. No, where am I? There. Right, that keeps that nice and self-contained, which means I can now go ahead and do a bit more work down here, which I don't want to have to duplicate in the future. Alright, so we set the position of the galaxy map, but at the same time we also need to set these up. So I've already set those as variables. So we've got that one, that one. Right, so if we're using mode 0, then we need that one to be visible. Can't remember actually what's the difference between that and that. Yeah, that's the one I want. So that one's visible, and that one is not. And if it's that one, then it's the other way around. Right, that should take care of the toggle. Which means by default we want that one to be hidden. That one to not be. Yeah, that's fine. So that's already set up. Then I just need to add origin point on here. Okay, and then we just need, we need an origin point variable, which needs to be an integer, which we're going to set there, put that in there. Actually, that needs to be a flip-flop, doesn't it? So, right. So if that is so if it's 0, make it 1. If it's 1, make it 0. That just inverts that. Because we're literally just toggling the origin point. Alright, and that needs to be rep notify. Borrow that. Put that in there. Do is stick that in there, and that should be enough to get that working. Make sure that that one's defaulted to 0. That one's also defaulted to 0, at least it will be. Didn't want to press that. Right, yeah, so that's 0. That might actually be the full system. Let's give it a whirl and see. Right, fingers crossed. So that... yeah, I mean, that's working. So ship location or manual location. Map is updating. Not quite sure why it lags when we press for the manual. It's instant when it goes to the ship location, but manual's a little bit laggy. Okay, wonder why. Oh, I need to change the text to manual there as well. Okay, we can do that. Right, so if we go to 50,000, oh, that'll do actually. Yeah, that works. Okay. If we go to 25,000, that's us there. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Why didn't that work? 25,000. Next. Oh, that did work. Okay. Puts us over there. Yep. What about if I do minus 25,000? Puts us over there. Yep. And then minus. Okay, doesn't like it when I click on it. Great. It's only bloody working. That's not though. Because that's definitely not the galactic core. Though, no, that's fine because I haven't actually told it to update that yet, so. Okay. Okay, it's not updating that either, but that's fine. That should be an easy thing to add. So. That would also explain why it lags, of course, because it's generating the data. Right, so we do this, and yeah, so we're getting the sector, grabbing all that stuff. Okay, so we're zeroing out all those values. getting the sector, which is defined by the region type. Okay, so it should actually be updating that. Let's have another quick look. Okay, so quite rightly, it's setting it to the galactic core. Which humorously is only generating a black hole. But there's a lot more than that there for sure. Okay. Okay, so when we set it back to the ship, it's definitely reading the data properly. Okay, so if we do a manual one then. So, what if we do... Oops. So do one sector over from where we currently are. Oh, that worked. Okay, so there's 5 B class. Or is that 6? I think it's supposed to be a 5 B classes, and yet 9 there. So sector ID is 259. Sector ID is 258. Alright, okay. What if we go a little bit further forward? Still in a spiral arm, but now it hasn't picked up anything. What if I do that? Interesting. Okay, so it's not generating data consistently. Right, let's try and get us out of a spiral arm. So, what about 23,000? Okay, now it thinks we're in the galactic core. That's quite clearly not right. Alright, let's go for 100. Oops, no, less than that. 100,000. Still reckons we're in the galactic core. Okay. 75,000. So, yep, that's correct. That's not correct. Okay, so I think the vector's definitely correct because it's calculating this bit correctly. So we're getting the correct sector coordinates. But why is it not generating that correctly? So that bit's definitely working. That bit's definitely working. All right, let's have a look at what it is we're actually generating there. So it is interesting why that's... It's definitely picking up the fact there's a black hole there. Which is interesting because that's the one that's added manually. So this is a custom sector. And the black hole's the only manual thing in that sector. That's a clue. Not sure what it's a clue of, but it's definitely a clue. Okay, so the vector is definitely being generated properly. And the sector ID is definitely being generated properly. So it's actually an issue with the galaxy generation code, I would guess there. Because that data comes from a different place to that data, because this is generated in isolation just for this sector, whereas that is generated as part of the normal galaxy code. So I think that's the issue. Okay, well, at least generally speaking it's working. Other than the data readout, all that's now working, which is nice. So I think, given that it's almost 12:30, yeah, I think it's time for me to sign off. Not sure how long I've been streaming for. Oh, 4 hours exactly. It's good timing. Yeah. Okay, I shall head off now. Thank you everyone for joining the stream. I hope it was a little bit more entertaining than me just drawing framework pieces. I'll continue plugging away at this, and then hopefully next week we'll do something different again. Should be cool. Alright, thanks for watching everyone. I shall see you on the next stream. And don't forget, we are currently in our Kickstarter pre-launch phase, so go give that a follow and keep an eye on the social media because we will be going live on the 1st of March. Thanks again everyone. Bye for now.